So we're gonna continue with this. I'm gonna continue with this little series. And so far, just to review what we've done. They flew by. Yeah, that's been happening, isn't it? Hey Viv, how are you doing? Yeah, it's like, it's weird because it's long and short at the same time. I mean, if I think about, I don't know, the time before the quarantine, it's like, it feels like it's been 3 years. But if I think about, I don't know, something I did during the quarantine, I'm thinking like, oh yeah, a couple days ago I did this, and it turns out it's been 2 weeks since then. So it's weird. Time has been dilated and contracted in weird ways. I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but to me it feels like that. Anyway, let's do a quick review of what we've done. So just for comparison's sake, let's show the original image. This is the original. And as you can see, we added these weapons that are made out of bug pincers. We added the shield here, which is made of the back part of the bug, whatever you call that. And I painted some symbols on it. We added, oh, the necklace too. And we did some general contrast and just retouching of the base image. What are you working as? If you don't mind. So we did this, and then we did this one, which, just to show the original. Originally he was looking at an elephant skull, but we switched that for a statue of our own. I think it came out pretty well. There's still a few things I want to retouch about it though. So let's do that first before I forget. This is a statue layer, which I just contracted into one thing. And just over it, we're gonna take a quick clone stamp layer. Mark at Dennis, and is that open over there? Dennis is a chain restaurant, right? If I know my stuff correctly. Yeah, there was this crack here that was bothering me because it doesn't follow the lines in the wood below it. Also wanted to add some of these texture on this, just to make it a bit more equal. Everything's open. Okay. And is it like for restaurants and stuff, is it limited in any way? Because over here, you can open bars and restaurants, but only at 50% capacity. And for now, well, not anymore starting with, starting this Monday, but up until this Monday, it only could be outside. So only restaurants and stuff that had tables outside. But now you can do that inside too, but again with 50% capacity. So there's a lot of places that are not opening because I guess they did the math and they figured that it would be more expensive to run the place than the money you'd get from like 50% of the customers. Only 50 people inside. We have a smaller menu. Okay, makes sense. I'm gonna reduce that a little bit. I think I overdid it. Also, let's just get a little more depth in this hole, for example. This one. And the eye sockets. Just to get a slightly more contrast in some areas. So some very slight changes. There we go. I was also thinking that it might be a bit too detailed still for its background. So I just noticed the thing. While we're at it, let's continue this little crack here, not crack, like scratch, I guess. There's a few that kind of start here and continue up to here, so we should continue that. Let's see, maybe with just a very thin line, we can do that. Like soft brush, 1 pixel wide, maybe. Let's see. Oh, see, that's too much. So we'll need to blur it. That's already a bit better. So like 1.3. And reduce the opacity. Okay, that is acceptable. Not incredible, but acceptable. And let's copy this, put it here. Continue this scratch too. What else? Are there any more scratches that we should be taking care of? There's some in this direction. But I don't know. Maybe we could add one. So we just take that, move it around, and then kind of puppet warp. Okay. Do this and maybe a normal warp, just for. There we go, to make it a little bit wavier. Make that a bit thinner and stuff. What's the best Spanish movie? Good question. It's not that much great Spanish cinema, unfortunately. A lot of stuff is cheap. Let me see. I mean, you guys probably know Pan's Labyrinth. It's a Mexican director, but it's Spanish production. That's a very good one. Yeah, how about we try to reduce that detail by doing this? Not directly. Putting this on normal on a very low opacity. Just kind of add a little bit of haze or something. Reduces contrast too. It's such a good movie. And it's also has like quite an interesting like historical base to it, which is after the Civil War, and the remnants of the Republican Army still wanted to keep fighting and still escaped onto the mountains to do like guerrilla warfare. And it took them quite a few years to hunt them down. Like you would, dude, I took podcast with El Toro. That's cool. I gotta check that out. What's the name of it? I'm gonna write that down. Visitations. That sounds like exactly my type of shit. Oh, it's doing this again. I forgot to downgrade. I wanted to downgrade to 2019 again. I forgot to do that. Okay, so... Oh, last year. Well, it's... quality is the same, doesn't matter when it's from. Okay, so we got two. And two radically different ones, which is quite a bit more, takes quite a bit more time, but it's gonna be more interesting to look at, because it's not like in the, oh, where did I save the other ones? Here. It's not like in this ones where there's the same subject, just in two slightly different lights or views. So yeah, at least hopefully it'll be a bit more interesting. And next one then. What should we do? There's just one for the noise, I'll delete that. The notes, I think, yeah, already did that. Okay. The next one, I wanted to do something with this picture here. The one with the huts. And you can see obviously that is from the, well, not obviously because I have sized the picture down, but if we take this one, make it a bit smaller, you can see that's from the same collection or the same series. So that's good. We have the, like a baseline, same camera, same, so that's always good. A bit more consistency for the whole series. So, just to keep it consistent, I'll make this larger. That'll get rid of the text too. There's some that we'll have to clone stamp out, but still. Just to keep the same aspect ratio between all of them. Just leave maybe like the other one, just a slight like misaligned bar here. I don't mind that. Okay, this by the way, just gonna group it up into picture one. I think it's gonna be the first one in the series because it's pretty interesting, like just from a visual standpoint with the statue and all, and it also presents our main character. So, oh, god damn it. So I think this might be the first one, like the introduction, I guess, to the story. Because it's a statue, it's not like the other ones where you have a very, very visual, like full bug on screen. But I think the statue is visually interesting enough that it'll pique your curiosity and you can keep looking at other stuff. Because I feel like this one without context, just kind of hard. It's like, oh, those are weird weapons. I think you have to add a little context before you realize, oh, these are bug pincers or something. Oh, where's the... Where did I leave that? Oh, there we go. Put it in a group by accident. Okay, so first, I hope it doesn't do the panning thing again. Just does it randomly. I don't know exactly when or what triggers it. But you guys can imagine it's annoying. Let's remove the text first, because we will forget. Like, I know myself. I know I'll forget. Anything else? A little bit here. With this music, my reminder that I always say when this music plays, for you guys to play Hollow Knight. Amazing game. There we go, no more text. Okay, so we have a baseline. And the idea with this, just to make a little sketch, since I'm so good at drawing. The idea is to cover this in some way that I still don't know yet exactly in my mind. Is to cover this with the shell of a bug. So just the empty shell. Just like they have weapons made out of bug parts. Same thing here. So, is it not showing up? Oh, it's 1 pixel wide. Makes sense. So like maybe one big one like this. And it opens up here in the opening for the head. Just something like this. Or maybe a few smaller ones kind of stitched together, maybe kind of like the backs. And this is all. This one we're doing beetles, so it's all going to be using beetle parts. I don't know, for each of these edits, I guess I was not planned at first, but I guess we're doing that. Each of the creatures or things we make, I'm basing it on a different bug. So we could do something like this or something like this. Depends on what we find. That's the question. That is the big question. So how about, give me a sec. How about we pop open the Google. There it is. Okay, and we're gonna look for my first instinct here is dung beetles, because they're very round, so that might work for the body. Let's see. Dung beetle. Let's do label for reuse. Always gotta remember that. And the thing is finding something that matches our angle. So that is maybe the hardest part, because finding pictures of dung beetles, it's not that hard, technically. So I guess a very low down picture. Not unlike this one. Because yeah, we're seeing it pretty much from the ground. And I'd like it to be kind of like this, a bit from the front, you know? So we can cut open this opening here and use that for the entrance. That makes sense. Let's see this one. This one's pretty good. Think about it, since it's macro photography, it's gonna be hard to get one that is entirely focused, if that makes sense. The back part is always, or pretty much always, gonna be out of focus. So maybe we'll have to stitch together a couple. What about this one? If you guys know any other cool species of beetles, let me know, because that always helps. By the way, talking about beetles, the word scarab, I don't know if that's used in English. It is a type of beetle, right? Or it's a family of beetles, I guess. But it's mostly like the jewelry in the Egyptian amulets, I guess. Those are cool. I don't know if the dung beetles are part of this family. They look like radioactive beetle. Is that an actual thing? Please let me. Please tell me it's real. The shiny beetles. This person didn't really focus. Didn't take a lot of time to focus this image. This is a cool one. This would have been cool for the shield. Although I don't know if it's that easy to see that it's, if we just take it out of context, that it's a part of a bug. It's like pretty flat. Are you just saying words, Bliss Beetle? Or are these beetle species? Bee beetle. Look at that. That's metal. Metal beetle. In Spanish, beetle is escarabajo, so close to scarab in English. But it's used to refer to talk about any type of beetle. Beetle-like creature. That's pretty good. It's not the right angle, but it's so well focused. I like it. I wish it was better focused. Chupacabra beetle. Look at this one. It's a cool one. Not usable, but cool. To be or not to beetle. Oh my god. Hey, how did you get in here? How did you get in my Google search? Oh, this could be good. Let's poke the main. Beetle Patrol. Keep going, let's see how long you take to run out of him. Okay, this one is still not great with the focus. But the angle might match pretty well. Let's try it. Let's download. Please log in. I'll screw you. Hang on. How many more beetles? Okay. Let's see this one. Flesh-eating beetle. That's dark. Still, the focus is going to be a pretty annoying issue here. Also wonder what this is. It's kind of sand. Doesn't matter that much since we're gonna be doing black and white on it. Come on. Oh. There we go. Are they actually a thing? For real, let's see. Wait, let me select this. Let's see, what's a flesh-eating beetle? That's a thing, yeah? Looks like. POS, I guess? Ooh. They're nasty. They're pretty cool, though. Beetles with square. Taxidermy. Oh, makes sense. That's cool. You get a clean skeleton, I guess. Very tiny. Oh, look at this one. Very pretty. Poor dung beetles. They're such cool animals. And they got a name thanks to the dung thing. Like, Come on. Not kink shame. Cool animals. They can actually orient themselves in the desert by looking at the Milky Way, which is very cool. But they didn't call them Milky Way beetles. They saw the dung. They had to call them dung beetles. Look at this one. This one's a little demon. That's not a beetle. Would this one work? I don't think this one would work. Let's open it anyway. Yeah, demon beetle is the one we just saw. I love when this kind of stuff gets into your Google search. I think it's just because a lot of these pages, these sites have AI things, AI picture recognition algorithms to everything that's untagged, kind of guess what it could be. So sometimes you get stuff that on first glance you might say, oh, it's a beetle, but then no, it's a bird. This one's cool. Oh, look at this rhinoceros beetle. It also looks like it's usable, so. Fucking beetle. Yeah, do you have any more pictures of this cool beetle? I mean, we could also use a side view for the huts. I mean, this is pretty good. Pretty much the angle we need. Right? Looks like. I don't know. But I don't know if where we would put the... I mean, I guess we could put the entrance here, right? Would that make any sense? Let's try. Why not? It's fairly big too. Seems usable. RG beetle. There we go. I already got directly into black and white. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna do first a quick Photoshop selection. That's acceptable. I think we should flip it and just have the opening here, for example. Would that make sense? I hope. 4x4 beetle. It's just a car. It's just a modded beetle car. Okay, so first things first, just to get an idea of where we're going to place them. Let's do a little cut around these guys. Then we'll isolate them for real, but there we go. That's more or less what the entrance is going to be. I mean, we can move the guys. That's also a possibility. Highly venomous but friendly beetle. Seems like a good friend to have. So, here's what I'm thinking for this. Have the entrance kind of be open. But in this part, instead of keeping the real legs of the beetle, use normal hard materials. Even like leave this material, which I don't know if it's Adobe or something. Adobe is this kind of material, right? It's like, hang on, need to do quick check for what. No, not adobe.com. Yeah, I tell you guys, I'm gonna be in the official adobe.com website in an article about intro to photo manipulation. It's gonna be, I'll let you know when it's out. They sent me a draft, so it must be pretty close to done. And kind of like, as I guess they consulted me, so it's not like written by me, but there's a lot of quotes I gave them, which was really cool. So if I look for Adobe, they just give me the program, but now the material Adobe is, it's more like a brick. It's like mud and plant matter. So I guess this thing kind of, I don't know if it could be considered Adobe. In any case, we're probably gonna mix it with the beetle instead of keeping the legs. Maybe we'll keep the little hair here because that's pretty nasty and cool. So let's do just with a soft brush like this. Let's do a quick cut. Yeah, maybe like mix the hair here with the whatever this is, Adobe thingy. Because I don't really want to make it look like it's a live thing. A little better if it looks dead in this case. So let's make that more or less match the entrance there. There we go. Do a quick few passes down here and here. Also, kind of cool that the lighting is very similar from the base image to the beetle, because you look at the beetle, it's lit through here. This is specular reflection, so it's just a reflection of the sun. It's probably like behind us. And in this case, seems like a pretty similar lighting scenario. That's gonna make everything so much easier. I think we're gonna keep this sideways bug. Just gonna be easier to work with. And also more recognizably a bug. Because maybe if we used this one, or whichever, it doesn't have to be this one, but get the idea. If we use that, it might have been like less recognizable in a way. And in this one we can even keep the head. So why not? Let's do that. Okay, first up, let's fix Photoshop mistakes. Selection up here, it's pretty good. Just gonna soften it here. Actually, let's just do a quick radius here and a bit of smoothing. There we go, that should fix it. And shift it towards the inside. Always shift it a bit towards the inside when I do this kind of adjustments. Tends to look better. Because sometimes when you do this and you change, like you put some smart radius so it automatically tries to detect the edge, many times it'll leave just a thin white edge around it. So if we shift it a little bit while you do it, it can usually help with that. Or reduce it completely, like in this case. Looks good. Okay, this is the hard part though. I don't know why I get myself into this, but even when I'm doing stuff with bugs, I have to mask hair. Masking hair is gonna be the end of me. It's also super thin hair. A bit larger. And I know it's boring, but if you want to mask hair, you pretty much have to do it manually. I mean, for me, it's the thing that works the best. Some people swear by 10,000 methods, but and there are methods that work pretty well. And isolating hair like this, it's never gonna be perfect. So in the end, go and edit manually. It's time consuming, but whatever. We're here, we're chilling. We have a lot of time in our hands. I don't know about you guys. I was also thinking, and that's something for later, but it's better to think about it first. How are we gonna do the written parts for this? I think my first instinct is to do them as a book. Because first, it's gonna be different from the others, and I don't know, might be fun. Try to emulate a kind of old book style. So it's all about finding a good font, I guess, and finding a good base, but shouldn't be too hard because there's tons of old books in the same archives where I look for pictures. I can just take one of those. Even take some drawings. That would be cool. And if that fails, we can do a diary again. But we just did it, one with a diary. So maybe that would be repeating a bit too much, kind of thing. So it would be cool to do it maybe as a like the first draft of this book that maybe never got published because the editors saw it and thought this guy just made it up, or this guy's exaggerating this story, I'm never gonna sell this, or something like that. Or maybe they just published it, but it just never caught attention and it got forgotten. But also, it seems kind of weird that a thing about giant bugs wouldn't catch attention. Even if it wasn't real, you know? Or wouldn't get published. So I don't know about that. Let's move this to a brighter area so we see where we're cutting. I don't know, what could be the reason that this story gets forgotten? Because that's one of the I guess elements of all these stories is that it's kind of like nobody knows about it. Maybe because the documents got lost or never got published, or stuff like that. Like unexplained mystery feeling. So I don't know, I still don't know how we could make this into a forgotten story. Maybe it gets published, it gets some traction, gets some attention, but then the archaeologist or anthropologist community criticize it as constructed or fake, or just to call for attention. Just like completely disregarded basically. Like, oh yeah, he probably took some actors and did a whole thing. See, these bugs, they're obviously fake. Made them up. Something like that. I don't know. I still don't have the end for the story, as you can see up there. So if you have any suggestions, I'm always happy to hear them. Because obviously there's one option, that is give a tragic ending to this story, like the anthropologist gets, I don't know, killed or something like that. That would be a bit too similar to the ones we've done already, so. Maybe let's try to end it in another different way. It becomes one with the bug people. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Let's turn this a little bit. Probably have to remove the tip of the head there. And this part maybe. No worries though. Not a big deal. The face part is gonna be a bit harder than the rest. Let's do hair like the rest. Let's do this one. There we go. I don't know why I never use recently used brushes. Inefficient of me. I don't know, sometimes when you got a workflow, I guess. Kinda hard to break the habit. So I probably do a ton of inefficient stuff. You can call me out on it. Not the best edge I've done, but hey, hell dog, how you doing? How's life treating you? That's good. I'm good. Not a lot different here. Still making creepy bugs. Making huts out of a bug. You can see those two guys like looking inside. There's gonna be huts, there's gonna be... Oh, where's the other one? There we go. Weird statues. And there's gonna be weapons made out of bugs. So it's kind of like the whole culture is focused around this. And the mystery is, where did they get these? Are they hunting the bugs? Are they gonna have some sort of pact or agreement with the bugs in exchange for all this material? Who knows? Okay, a couple quick things we're gonna do. I'm gonna go over to this layer, which is the clone stamp layer. We're gonna be doing real quick clone stamping to get rid of some parts here and here. Nothing major. Gonna continue this leaf. Maybe with a bit from another leaf. Had an argument with the dad. Touching every single candy bag in the store. Oh no. Yeah, definitely. That's irresponsible. From the dad, I mean the kid that doesn't know better, but... Thank you. They've been so fun to make. like I'm really enjoying the change of pace, and I don't know, getting out of the comfort zone, doing some writing, which is very new for me. And I'm glad it's been doing well. And on Twitter. Partly on Reddit. I knew that Instagram would be not a place for this. Because there's reading involved. And, well, you know, Instagram. It has to catch your eye in 2 seconds or it's gone. So yeah. Yeah, I found a little audience on Twitter. So I'm happy about that. She did care about me telling him how to educate his kid. I mean, it's like basic decency, man. Like, don't let your kid touch everything in the middle of a pandemic. Nobody reads on Instagram now. Like, just a very small percentage. Now, the ones that do read it have given me a lot of good feedback. And yeah, in numbers, it doesn't do well, so. But I was expecting that. I went in fully expecting it not to make any big splash. You know, gotta do what makes us happy more than what people expect from us. Just doing this to get this, I don't know, little halo out of the edge. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, so far on Twitter, been having a blast with this. And just found its right audience. It got me from, so this series, before starting it, I was not very active on Twitter anyway, but I had 90 followers. And 2 weeks later, I'm at 1,000 something. Yeah, I mean, it was mostly people who retweeted me. Don't know if you know Trevor Henderson, which made Siren Head, which is really everywhere right now. He was super kind. We chatted a bit actually the other day. It was very nice to me. And yeah, he retweeted all these, so that's why they got like super high reach. Yeah, look up Siren Head as 2 words. Well, I guess you can also look it up as 1 word. You'll probably find the same. It's a monster that's... It's like the new Slender Man, basically. Been seeing him everywhere. I made one because kind of as a thank you to him for like signal boosting. I made one in this old picture style. Using air raid sirens for the head. That's my first and only fan art. Photo manipulation is not a good place, a good medium for fan art. So It's not something that I get to do a lot. Thank you. Okay, let's... no, we'll do that later. Kind of mix this hair with the Adobe stuff below. So I think the edge is more or less correct. Now we'll do the edge of these guys, which, as you can see, I did put the bug. Let me erase this one, by the way, which is confusing. The bug did its own cutting, like cut it on its own, then put it in a group and put a layer mask on the group. So that way I can just move the bug independently and still keep the layer mask. Just a little trick. Well, what are you waiting for? Gotta get onto it. You know, sometimes you want more than one layer mask, or one that's fixed and one that you can move. I find it funny because, as you can see, the black and white layer is above the layer mask, and every time I change it, I don't know if this is Photoshop 2020 because I don't think it's happened to me before. As you can see, it has the color, and when I release, it gets into black and white mode. Weird. Yeah, I get that. What do you work as, by the way? It's a day job? I don't know if we talked about this. Eating food? Okay. Refurbish all wood floors. Oh, and then we didn't talk about this because I don't remember that. I need this edge to be softer. This black and white thing is very annoying. Hang on, I'll pull it below. There we go. Now it won't bother me. So have you guys played any good games or watched any good shows lately? I'm rewatching Avatar because it's on Netflix, and why not? I already watched it like 4 times, so why not again? It's great. I love rewatching Avatar. I do it like kind of every year or 2 at this point. It's such a good show. You have never seen Avatar? Well, do you have Netflix? Because it's now, the whole thing is on Netflix now. And it's so worth it. It has, like, for a kid's show, it has some of the best characters. Best characters, arcs, and just themes in general in a story that I've ever seen. They're playing Starbound. Is that like Terraria but in space? Is that game? Because I played it when it came out, like so long ago. Oh no, 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 not that Avatar. Not that Avatar. Avatar: The Last Airbender. The good one. Not the one with the blue guys. That movie is not good. Dog, there's not good characters or character development. It's not anime, it's Western. It's Western animation. It has a lot of anime inspired stuff. The animation is very good. Oh, should I keep the shadow? I guess I'll keep it in another layer. In this case, since we're gonna have the shadow, and cutting the face too much can be bad, I'll just leave a little aura around the face. Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic. I've never played that one. Oh, the one I've played recently. I think I talked about it last stream. But such a good game is Outer Wilds. Not the Outer Worlds, which is very confusing that these two games about space came out pretty much at the same time and have such similar names. The Outer Wilds. W-I-L-D-S. Such a good game. It's kind of like an exploration puzzle game set in an entire solar system. And I don't want to spoil too much. It is very good. Blue Dude, it's Avatar. No, not that one. Get a little bit of ass in this one. Not enough to be TOS, but just slightly. It's good. Really, I think you're the first person I see that in defense that movie. I don't feel too strongly about it. I just feel like it was very hyped when it came out. It's just kind of mediocre. Visually stunning. Exactly. Exactly, Viv. Hit the nail. The good one. Avatar: The Last Airbender. One of the best animations out there. If not the best, honestly. Must have watched that show 4 times. Plus the one I'm watching right now, which I'm on the 2nd season already. I like Prometheus as well. I haven't watched Prometheus. The effects in the original Alien, though, they are so good. For the time, obviously. But I think the visual design of that movie is one of the best horror designs ever. And we have HR Giger to thank for that. Such a cool artist, and the Alien is such a good design. Yeah, for me the first one is unbeatable. First Alien is... it's just incredible. I love a good horror movie, and it's so well made. Like the monster itself, like the alien obviously, but the whole structure of the movie and how it builds up is so good. Like I'm on a Sunday with mouth hangovers. I get lazy. Basically. Sound design? Really? Haven't watched that one either. Let me turn on this light. It's starting to get a bit darker. Have you played Alien Isolation game? I think that's the name of it. Because I really want to play that one. It kind of feels like the original movie in a game. In a game mode. Too scary. Yeah, it looks scary as hell. Talking about alien movies, have you seen Arrival? It's incredibly good. It's nothing like the alien movies, but it's such an interesting take on aliens. Well, then you'll probably like the Outer Wilds game, because it is a very similar vibe to it. I think it takes a lot of inspiration in things from that movie. Even the alien language you're translating is a kind of spiral thing. It kind of reminded me of that. What happened? It's not letting me do anything. Hang on. Oh, it's doing the freezing thing. Gotta close that down and open it again. At least when it freezes like this, it lets you save. So you're not losing any work. Just a bit annoying. So Bumblebee. Haven't just done. Really. There we go. Not super happy with the head there. Felt targeted at kids. Well, it's kind of a soft reboot, right? So maybe they did intend that to get a younger audience. Have I played Stardew Valley? Yes. Very good game. Basically spent a whole summer on that game. Dark Sinister version. But for them, they just look at the money, you know? They don't want to take risks, and that kind of movie is a risk. Okay, I think that cut is pretty okay. I'm still not happy with this guy's head. Well, we'll have to add the shadows and see how it changes. Well, I guess this head doesn't really have shadow. Should be here. Let's do that. Let's add the shadows. First thing, I'm gonna change this. Gonna do little levels. Let's pan out. We're inspecting the bug. Well, since it's gonna be a hut and we'll have the entrance here, it's kind of like they're getting in. Or inspecting, could be. Imagine all houses have bug roofs. That would be cool. What bug would you use? I think beetles are cool for that. They seem pretty protective, you know? Ladybugs too. Are ladybugs a kind of beetle? I don't know. Any bug scientists in chat? Oh, by the way, hey Shreddy, I since you have the same color in my chat as Viv, I thought it was Viv saying that. Sorry. How are you doing? Yes, they're beetles. Cool. My guess was correct. Thank you, bug scientist. Okay, so I brightened that a little bit, at least to put the shadows on it. So how are we gonna do this? Let's copy the hot layer. Let's put it on top of the bug. There we go. And then do a quick selection just to get the shadows. It's gonna be this. This. I'll just kind of select around it. Well, this part is gonna be the same, but. And then the other guy's shadow. It's gonna be this part here. And this part here. Okay. Oh no. Is she okay? Oh, she's okay. Okay. Took a second to return. That must have been scary. He's a ladybug, a beetle. It's apparently the second most searched phrase. That's not an original thought then. Coleoptera. That's something that rings a bell. Yeah, this... I need to cut this shadow somewhere. I'll just cut it around here. Okay, and this is like over... It's clipped onto the bug. So even though I cut down to here, that's not gonna show up, at least for the moment. This process into taking a picture. Oh no! Oh no! At least you'll get a few laughs out of it in the future, I hope. Okay, so I'm gonna try to tightly cut around the shadow. And some parts I'm just gonna have to decide where it ends, but... And then kind of like this. Same thing here. Although I'm gonna have to make it bigger. It's a funny parenting moment. You'll show this to her years into the future. Like, hey, remember when I saved your life? Go clean your room. Can hold this moment over her head. Okay, so now I think I'm gonna convert this into a simple selection. We'll do this minus this. No, not minus. Should be the X there. And I think that's gonna be it. Oh, and that's this. There we go. So now we have a selection of where the shadow should be, more or less. Gonna fill that. We're gonna maybe fix it up. Why is it not letting me? Is it? Yeah, okay. Just a mask over it. Alright. So. I'm gonna put this. And try to mold it more or less. Try to make it look more or less realistic. Just to get an idea. You got like very clean shadows really, because it's a very sunny day. Let's try to keep them clean. And it's almost ready. What are you getting? This making look like it. He has a big head for a shadow. Oh. There we go. We should soften this part up though, since it's on a very like messy texture here on the hair. Just soften it up a little bit. I think that should be it. So in this section here, below these shadows, we're going to be removing all the specular highlights we can, because obviously there's no specular highlights where there are shadows. Instead, just for a very basic lighting lesson, specular highlights are basically a reflection. It can be like sort of muddied up depending on the texture. But if you're looking at this is the highlight or the specular highlight. This is basically the image of the sun, and this too, the image of the sun that is bouncing and reflecting kind of like a mirror. And the rest of the highlights, like the normal lit parts, are not that much like a mirror. In this case, yeah, because it's a very shiny surface. But if you take this, it's just kind of diffuse light that's bouncing back at you. But if you get a specular like this, it's... you have to treat it like a reflection, basically. Don't choke, hell dog. Let's do this with, instead of a brush. Instead of a brush, there we go. With the clone stamp. There's a big specular highlight that we'll have to remove. Kind of go like this. And then this here should also be, I guess we'll take something from here, for example. Take a whisper. Yeah. Oh, oh no. That's very cute. Now you have like definite proof that you saved her life. Oh, when she's a teenager and she starts like responding, you can just say you owe me your life twice. She'll be like, oh dad, not again. Don't pull that card. Okay, there we go. So in this clone stamp, we remove all little reflections from the sun. And in this one, we just darken it in general. I think we're gonna just slightly blur it, because some parts are a bit too sharp. Even considering this. Okay, then it's just about finding the right darkness for it. And we'll have to do, I think, some variations in darkness. So we'll do this as a base darkness, but then with a soft brush. And using this as a mask. Here, there we go. We'll just darken the parts that are like very close, like this, to the face, since he's pretty much just touching it with his brow here. And then we have a weird edge there, which I don't really understand, and it's probably always his mask. Yeah, this I'm doing right now is exactly a face mask. What am I doing? No, shouldn't do it like that. Is it? No, okay. I think I know the cause of this edge. Might have just been... There we go, I think that's it. Yeah, it was probably just when I did the selection for the shadow, I used the mask I already made and erased that from the selection. So it might have just done this slight edge. No, that's... I keep doing it wrong. Hang on. Should be here. There we go. Now I can do this right. I'll have to do it this strong. What else? This part here, maybe a little bit darker. Let's make some variations on the parts that are closer. Hell, Doug! You just became a mod. Congratulations. Has to become a mod. If you don't want to be a mod, I can refund those. So let me know. Those from tab. Did you just click on it? It's fine. Okay, okay. Hang on. No, there's a command to do it. I'll just do it from the community page thingy. There we go. Should be a mod now. There you go. Welcome to the master race. You're now a privileged member of this community. You always were. Shall I send? We're gonna end up having more mods and oh, you're okay. Well, one more mod. I wish we had more spammers so you had more to do. Hang on. There you are. Unrelated question for everyone. What is it? Red bottom syndrome. Mod view. Oh yeah, there's a new mod view. I don't really know how it works, but because I don't really mod for a lot of people. I mean, I guess it's good for big channels and stuff, the mod view, because you're able to filter through messages quicker. For here, it's not like it's not like there's that much people chatting. One of the good things about our Twitch we've only gotten the very occasional spammer or like bot, and it's just a quick ban, and fortunately not a lot of creeps. Yeah, it's for a stream like this, it's no use. Okay, so we've redone the guy's shadows. We can still play around with the levels on the bug. Which, oh, if I do, if I do, I have to also change the levels of this layer, because it was made with this applied. Oh, it's doing this again, come on. Oh yeah, so my cat recently had kittens. I think they're red veils and stuff. How many kittens is that? Trying to decide if I should have my own payment back. Getting the kitten vaccinated and spread and stuff. I mean, Yeah, it depends how expensive that is over there. Yeah. I mean, if it was out of your own pocket, I don't see why not. Yeah, let's also do some shadows on the bug itself. So like for the hair here, just darken it a little. Let's do an overlay, I think. Just for some areas to give it a tiny bit of depth. Yeah. I mean, if she's understanding and not like a hard person to deal with, your aunt, you can just explain the situation and she'll probably be cool with it. Yeah, money and family. Can get really ugly. In this case, it's not like a large amount of money. It's, I don't know. I think if you talk to her about it, just let her know of the situation. If she's cool, I don't think she'll mind. Okay, so we can take all these and kind of move it around also. So maybe we wanted... I don't know, maybe it's better over here, like just a bit higher. So we get more of the entrance. Oh, hang on. I think this one should be moved too. There we go. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I was just talking to my brother, and with money and family, it's been a whole situation due to the will of my grandfather who passed away this year, and there's 7 brothers, like 7 aunts and uncles on that side of the family, so it's been a mess. Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable of it. A little shadow here. Okay, and also, so this layer we did, in which we removed a lot of the specular reflections, since we kind of moved everything around, I have to change it up a little. We can just take this, put it as a layer mask, and couple that. There we go, that way the ones that are outside will still show, but we haven't lost that information. And we can do the rest of them, the new ones that appeared. Thank you. That's kind. But yeah, the whole whale situation has been a mess between my, especially one of the aunts, who's kind of batshit crazy. She's always been. But it's gotten like twice as bad with this. This is living in like a big house in the region here in Asturias, and the whole family is from France. That's complicated. Yeah, it can get messy. But the thing that my brother just told me is that she agreed. I mean, this not there, no. This crazy aunt I was talking about, she just agreed to the terms that everyone else had agreed on, but yeah, was just reluctant. And getting 7 people to be on the same boat, it's kind of a hard one. I need to soften a lot of these. I guess that is part of the hair. Oh, I keep doing this instead of this. Okay. I guess it's part of the hair. It's just a little thingy that comes out. I don't really know. Did I bet not be? It'd just be a weird shadow or something. I think it is. He has a lot of, also other decorations in the hair. It should be that. This one's not an easy mask. I think I should make this shadow a bit taller there. Even mix in some of the real shadow. Just to get that, this side of the face, which is kinda weird. There we go. Just mix the real and the fake shadows a little. Yeah, I think so. As at this like size and definition, it's sometimes hard to say. So you sometimes have to make decisions based on your instinct. Like, I guess this is part of the subject. This is part of the background. It's usually small things that nobody's gonna notice anyway, but. There we go. Yeah, I think in this position it looks a bit more like the entrance to a house. Before it was a bit too low, I guess. Or not centered enough. It just looked a bit weird. But hopefully this will be better. Sometimes I make layers and I don't do anything with them. So you can see here layer 27, just made it at some point, forgot about it. So sometimes I just do control click on the layer, and if no pixels are selected, that means it's an empty one. And I can just get rid of it. This is the one I was looking for. Are they Maasai? No, I don't think so. They are... Oh, I forget the real name of the... But hang on. I think they say it. Oh, this is mirrored. Okay. It's in Tanganyika, Tanzania nowadays. I don't know if that's the name of the Aruska or something. That's the name of the tribe. And our fictional tribe is going to be over there, like East Africa. Just to keep it in the same, like, ecosystem. Although if we did West Africa, I don't think people would be too quick to notice that. Because people don't really know a lot about Africa. Anyway, I think we're pretty good so far. Something I also like from this is that this picture, I don't know if it has dust on it or it's just the little hairs on the bug, but they kind of look like scratches on the picture. So I'm not gonna get rid of them. They can very much pass for just normal noise and stuff. Oh, here's a very wonky edge. Oh, I guess it was behind a highlight before, so I didn't really notice that I wasn't cutting it well. It's always good to check your edges once you've moved something, because sometimes you've cut it like this and it was against a highlight, so it wasn't even noticeable. But then you move it and it becomes noticeable, so. I mean, the best is just doing the cut perfectly in the first try. It's always annoying to go back and redo them then. Oh, nobody's nerfed. Did we go too hard on the face there? I don't think so. It just wasn't very detailed to begin with. A little bit here. And if we take just below the group with all the bug on it and this mask, if we had shadows on this in between these layers, we can do a little bit of a shadow here, just to get that contrast in between the face and the hut. Just do this and then soften it. Especially on the nose, it seems a bit too dark. There we go. A bit better. Might not be the most realistic thing to have that shadow there, but sometimes clarity is better than realism, so just go with that. Okay. shadow of the bug on the inside here. As you can see in the original, there's this top part of the hut doing a shadow like this to the inside. And we can see the little strands here making a shadow here. So, since our bug is going to be lower, it's going to be a different shape. I'm thinking there should be, and this is kind of just eyeing it. It's not really probably the most precise thing. I'm thinking there should be some kind of shadow like this. I guess it should adapt to the thing, to the shapes. Something like this, maybe. Just kind of draw it on and then we'll try to make it match. And this obviously should be below our bug. There we go. Let's call this one bug. This one face shadow. This is a clone stamp layer. This is a hot shadow, just to have everything labeled. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I label my layers. Most of the times, I'm just a mess. Okay, so this is my guess as to how that shadow would look like. Maybe I'm going a bit too hard or too low with it. Not sure. Obviously not that dark, I'm just painting the outline of it. I'll make it look good in a sec. But... Well, I guess, yeah, it would be kind of low. If you look at their shadows, they're very vertical. So yeah, let's just go with this. Why not? Okay, so I'm gonna use this. Instead of as a layer by itself, I'm gonna use it as a layer mask. For this little bit clone stamping, which should be on here. There we go. Just so we get a somewhat natural looking shadow using the same textures that are already in shadow. Gotta get rid of this crack here. There we go. Then for this one, we don't really have a lot to go with. Although if we remove the bug, yeah, we do. Again, we just have to cover this. And maybe this too. Just for consistency. There we go. All right, bit lower, just a little. And I'm kind of, since I already did the layer mask, I don't have to recalculate where the shadow is going to fall. I already put that as a limit. Now I can just kind of go ham and paint. And here we just have to cover until that point. There we go. Oh, we'll have this very annoying just white. There we go. I'll remove this little strand here. It's gonna be annoying for us. There we go. Oh, we talked about Stardew Valley. There's the music. Such a good game. We got past this combo, we got problem to meeting. Oh, yeah. Try to ask your family for the vet fees and I guess half. Yeah, I agree with you. There we go, we're getting there. Just a little more here under the bug. And for that, we're just gonna take from here, right? Not a big deal. There we go. Is it a bit too dark? We can just slightly brighten it. Or even just reduce the opacity since it's the same texture. Option fees are $80, $120. That seems fair. Like, I mean, it's a pet in the end, and you're covering the basic vet fees and stuff. Seems fair. Yeah, that's true. I based it on the real shadow here. You know what we should do? We'll keep it 100%. We'll take a soft brush, pretty big, and an eraser, and we'll kind of soften it like this. Oh, let me do that in the mask, because that way we can always go back, you know? There we go. This would still get some reflected light on there. It seems pretty dark. Something like this. Also, the edge here is hair. So yeah, should be a bit softer on the edge. Oh no, absolutely not. No worry. I really appreciate the feedback. It's illegal to give pets away for free. Is it? That's interesting. Yeah, mods get special privileges. Oh, we have mod chat today. Where's Bear? Bear hasn't been here for a while. We will get most mods on the same batch. Montana West. Oh boy, careful there. You're surrounded. This is like that joke in every basic comedy movie where they say something shitty about someone and they don't realize that they're standing right behind them. Yeah, Burst's been missing for a while. Hope he's doing alright. Hey Fantoni, how are you doing? I'm doing a bug hut. Since this culture uses bug parts as weapons and stuff. A little hut. Made out of whole bug. Thank you. I still have to reduce the detail a lot, because as you can see it's very sharp in some areas. A lot of small specular reflections here, specular highlights. And I need to reduce that a little to match with the rest of the detail. Seven cat. Oh, it's all dog. Okay. Took me a while to realize. So yeah, just to pull back the layers here. This is the original. Oh, this is the original, and this is the original bug. We removed all that's below the body. We put black and white. Well, adjustments, and we cut these guys from it. There we go. That's what we did so far. I'm not really loving this part though, because it's a bit out of focus. But I mean, it's also out of focus in the original, so I think we just need to blow that edge. And hang on, I use this a lot. Maybe with the blur tool on the layer mask might be good. Save us a few minutes of headache. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Should do this more. It's a mod. It's modding on this chat right now. So you better not say anything bug phobic. Actually, bug is a slur. We prefer insects here, okay? Can you imagine that? Doing a little more clone stamping since we moved it, and there was a bit of the hut that was coming out there. To remove, I think that's all of it, yeah. Okay, so we blurred this edge a little bit. It looks good. I'm gonna do that more. I don't do that enough. The blur tool on the layer mask to blur just the edge. something I used to do a bit more. Okay. Let's do a little hazy white layer like that to reduce the contrast in some areas. So this is basically a normal layer with white, and just gonna try to control where it goes. Because old pictures have very low contrast, and I try to imitate that and feel. So sometimes it's about getting in levels, jumping in there and reducing contrast. Sometimes you can do that manually by just adding some little screen in front of your layers. We can just reduce the opacity, and so we're happy. Then, how about first of all, since I think I'm pretty happy with the result here, I can make this into smart objects. Oh. Let's see if I can do that. While keeping the layer mask? No. I'll just copy the layer mask somewhere over there. And now I can do smart object, and the smart object, since it's very smart, it keeps all the layers that are below it, and I can go back and edit them if I don't like it. Okay, a few things we've done so far to reduce sharpness, reduce detail, try to match the one on the base, is add noise, and add that sort of big grainy noise that you can find on the camera raw filter. So that's what we're gonna do first. Well, I guess I took the shadows with it too. That means I'm locked into not moving it. I think I'm happy with that position. That's everyone's favorite color. That's a hard one. In general, I like dark and desaturated colors, so like dark blues, dark greens, but like kind of desaturated. Savagely dark gray. That savagely makes it sound much cooler. So we're gonna go here to effects and add a grain of our desired size and roughness. Okay, I think that should be pretty good. Just compare it. There's a little bit of grain already, so, but we're comparing it to the rest of the picture. So comparing it to here, or trying to compare it to the, God, stop doing this. Compare it to the skin here. So they kind of have the same amount of grain. Especially in like similar value areas, because grain is much stronger in dark areas usually. I think I messed up some of the neck here, now that I think about it. I think it should go like this. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I removed a few things in my haste. I think that's better. Okay, so we've added some grain. We're gonna do do a little dust and scratches. Let me do that just below the camera row. Because I found that it was pretty good to reduce some of the detail. And I think that's quite good. Let's play around with three. Might be a bit too much. I think 2 is good. This reduces some of the smaller speckles in detail. And we're doing that below the camera filter, so the noise will always be on top. This noise is a thing of the film. It's always, you should always apply it on top of everything. What else? What else? Little Gaussian blur, maybe? Just a tiny amount of Gaussian. Maybe like 0.5 or something. We already have dust and scratches too. They kind of work together. Gaussian is more of a general blur, and dust and scratches just blurs or gets rid of the smaller speckles and details. Mine is a blue-gray color. Oh, I like that. My room is painted in a color like that, like a very desaturated blue. A good one. So we're doing Gaussian, and of course we're putting it below the camera filter. Let's see. As you can see, this reduces quite a bit of it. I think I'll leave this specular highlights there. I make it look shiny, even though I don't know if this camera would really capture a lot of those. But I don't know. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let me see, if I had to choose one, it would be something like in this range, something like this. Very dark blue. You go with a dark gray like this, green, sorry, not gray. Dark reds are pretty cool too. Like deep reds like this. Oh, this is more like a, I don't know the name in English. We'd say valdés in Spanish. Like wine color. Maroon, that's it. What is cobalt blue? How's that looking, huh? Okay, yeah. That deep ocean blue. Like that. I'm gonna give some lights to this hair here. Even though there is... Oh, got to put that back on. What did I do with that layer? Oh, maybe I just put it into the same group. Okay. There was a layer right below the bug, which just gave a bit of shadow behind the hair. I want to lighten that too, but since it's in the same pack, it should get lightened too. There's a shine to it like you see on butterfly wings. That's cool. I like that. You know, butterfly wings don't actually have any pigments. I don't know if all of them, but at least those like deep blue ones don't have any like colored pigments. It is basically small, really small structures in the scales that reflect light in a certain way and reflect blue. They're very cool to see in a microscope, in an electron microscope. If you've never seen that. Here I'm just adding a little fake shadow here to give it a little contrast with the background. So not for realism, but just for readability. You can see here, for example, that's more readable now, hopefully. Giving a bit more highlights on there. Highlights. Okay, let's see a change here. Yeah, I think it's rather better. How do we feel about what's below the bug here? So like the main material of the huts. Because I don't know if I should change it for something else. I think this matches fairly well with the bug hair, which is cool. But I don't know if it's too readable what it is, just with this small sliver. You could like change it for another texture if it's not clear enough like it is. Change it for more Adobe-like texture like this. This is probably Adobe, by the way. We talked about if it was or wasn't. I think this inner part might be not Adobe Photoshop. It's real Adobe. Let's maybe do little levels. To increase the texture here, just a little bit of contrast. Darken it a little. And, oh, that's actually good for the whole picture. A bit of contrast on top of everything. Might add it. But for now, this is only going to be for the hot part. Just so we're able to see the material a bit better, hopefully. Hey Walter, how are you doing? Okay, let's see that. Just a little more. Sorry, you can see everything. A little more contrast there. Make that texture more visible. And since we tried that, and I think it was looking pretty good, how about we take levels on top of everything, just slightly increase the contrast. Although I guess, yeah, my problem with that is that old pictures have very low contrast. So even though it looks better, for realism, we'll keep it low contrast. Yeah, let's do levels on top of just the bug itself, though. Let's start DMing a tabletop RPG. Oh, thank you. That's so cool. What kind of RPG is it? You can absolutely rip off my stories, by the way. That'll be cool. Like, I don't mind that at all. Let's see, a little bit of light here for contrast's sake. For readability. Go. Where's gonna... Oh, that's cool. Expedition to Antarctica. I find some nasty giant bugs in there. That's very cool. What system is it? The RPG? Let's see, I'm just comparing to the original here, see how I got it. I think maybe the bug needs to be brighter in general. Actually, the funny thing is, there's quite a bit of contrast in this image. These are the very brightest and the very darkest colors are strong. Now let me go back on this. Let me maybe do the curves, because we might need an S curve on that. Thinking if using it into the out on or maze rats. I don't know these systems. I'm very I've done some tabletop RPGs, but the one I'm mostly played is D&D 5th edition with a few friends. It's been a while since we've played though. We were having a really cool session that we have to continue. We started with the quarantine. Rule side compared to D&D. Actually like that better, because the group of friends I play with are not very like into tabletop RPGs, so the less rules the better, I think. For them it's just quicker to set up, you don't have to explain every time if this move has advantage, disadvantage, all that herbal stuff. That's cool. I'll check those out then. Into the other maze rats. Okay. Just note them down. So I'm noting down stuff. We're doing this very cool session that I wanted to continue. That happened kind of like Groundhog Day. They were repeating the same day over and over, and they had to like figure out why and try to stop it. I think maybe with an S curve. Tucking those in, not as strong. We kind of keep the brightest and darkest, maybe. Can't hurt carapace. Yeah, so that one I was talking about with the time loop was supposed to be one shot. My players are so slow and they want to check everything out, so it ends up dragging on, and it ended up being a longer campaign. Like, not a whole campaign, but like not something you can finish in a game. Let's try auto, by the way. That is not good. That's a mosquito. There's always a time when the mosquitoes start coming in these streams. They start attacking me. Seems to, yeah, exactly. Then yeah, players like mine. I DM them, by the way. I don't know if I said that. Not the best at DMing, but you know, I was the one in my group that had the most knowledge or experience with the game, so I had to do it. This is too desaturated. I'm basically doing some trial and error right now. Let's do alt here. Oh, fine and light and dark. That's better. See? Oh, find light and dark did nothing. Right? Thank you, auto. Yeah, let's just go with levels and adjust it manually. That's the most annoying thing about these black and white pictures, that they have the middle range. It's very low contrast, but then there's like super brights and super darks apparently randomly through the image, and you just have to deal with it. Been DMing since then, 16 years. Yeah, the forever DM curse. I mean, I find DMing very fun and rewarding, and it lets me like try out different stories and kind of build a world I did for the longer D&D campaign we did. Soul homebrew. So that's fun, and I think it got me a bit better at writing, but still it's a lot of prep work, and sometimes you just want to go over there and have fun. But as a DM, that's kind of hard. I also got much better at improvising. Because when you have players like mine, you have to, well, in general, you have to improvise because you can't plan every situation they'll try to think of. Yeah, tables. I had a few tables. I had a character that insisted on... So her thing was she knew... She loved stereotypes about different peoples and cultures and that kind of stuff, and she had terrible stereotypes about everyone. So I had to make a table. So every time she's like... oh, can I roll for stereotype? Like, yeah, sure. She rolls a D100, and she gets one stereotype she can use in her jokes and stuff. So we did a few things like that. We also had a player that wanted to have Tourette's syndrome in the game. So we gave it like magic Tourette's. So every time he had a tick, he had to roll a dice, and he could get like random effects if he rolled a 1 on that. I think it was a D10. So every so often he'd just say something stupid, and I don't know, an explosion would go off, or he would start levitating, or just minor stuff, but it was very funny. What is that dialogue? I know what you're thinking. Did you? That was great. Cyberpunk is one I wanted to try. I never had a chance to. These fantasy settings get boring after a while. Oh, there's also a Cthulhu like base game. I think, what's the name of the game? I forget now. I'm gonna soften this edge. I'm gonna do it on the same layer mask, which I don't really love, but old school removal. Improvising and playing using tables. I think improvising can get a lot of fun because it just loosens the game up a lot. How I approach my making stories, making like adventures, I guess, is yeah, fudging dice is hidden rolls. Oh, that all the time. I do that all the time. Name of the game is Splinter Cell. I don't know if that's it. Oh, you don't fudge dice, you don't hide rolls. I do that. So if you're in my table and you're seeing this stream, I'm sorry. I have fudged dice rolls. But it was for the story. Anyway, how you approach telling stories, it's like half and half, like writing and improvisational. So I try to make them very open-ended. So there is this thing that is going to happen, and let's say that there's a villain that has a plan, has a very structured plan, and has a few steps that can be like broken, right? So the players know about this villain. They don't know what is going. They might know his ultimate goal, but they don't know how he's going to do it. If they do nothing, or if they fail, the villain is going to keep advancing with the plan. So it's kind of open-ended into how they should approach it, and I think that allows for them to be creative and to think of, I don't know, and if they think of something crazy, I'll allow it, you know, like, oh, I want to fly directly into his castle or whatever. That's not a real example, but you kind of go with it, you know. I try to kind of write a situation or a story as if the players were not there, and the players just have to interrupt that. So that usually allows for quite a bit of improvisation. Creating places like sandbox style. Yeah, it's basically that. This the way I'm trying to say is that the stories are also kind of sandbox in a way, and if they wanna fuck off and forget about the story completely and do their own thing, the story is gonna keep progressing without them, and the villain might just, I don't know, do whatever they wanted and just get away with it because there's no one there to stop them. The ending campaign, I fought Barbarian, being the champion of the Goddess Wall. I like that. Very buff. Maybe there's still a bit too much detail in this. Maybe I need to gaussian it up a little more. Not too much, but... And... I make slightly bigger noise, or slightly stronger noise, maybe. Oh, that's actually better. Yeah, it was a bit too light on the noise, maybe. If you're looking at like dark, really dark areas here in the noise, I kind of match that in our dark areas. To put an example of that, like storytelling method I'm trying is that like Groundhog Day story that I was talking about, because it is basically like a small village they get to, and at first they get like, it seems like nothing weird is happening, but they've been told there is some activity, some magic activity going on every day at midnight, right? They kind of wait for midnight, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge kind of dragon thingy that I made up pops out somewhere and start destroying everything. And a guy comes in with an amulet and activates it, and suddenly they're back in time and they're in the beginning of the day again. So they have to unravel that. And what I basically did is have a few characters, the whole schedule during the day, and what every character knows, what every character is doing, and through that they kind of have to figure it out on their own. And sometimes it breaks, like sometimes they'll break the sequence you think they're gonna follow, and that's fine. Might even make it more fun. It was cool, yeah. I don't know if I reduce contrast enough here. That's always gonna be the hardest thing, I think. So, by the way, this is below the paper thingy. I'll just pull it out. What I'm doing now is this slider below, you adjust what is the maximum and the minimum amount of, or with this slider you adjust the darkest color how black it is and the widest how white it is. That's like setting the maximum minimum. And in this one, you actually set like the midtones, how dark they are, how light they are. So that is always what I'm trying to play with. So if you really put this down, you can reduce contrast a lot. Obviously I'm exaggerating it now, but look at some tables, think about some small plot, and go directly to the core. And yeah, and that seems efficient too, because it's not that much like preparation involved. You know what I should do? I should put this levels thingy below. Yeah, I should do that. I should put it below the noise, because if I put it over the noise, it'll just increase the contrast of that noise, just kind of mess it up a little. And as I want the noise to just be above everything, we'll just Ctrl L to do levels. We'll do the same thing more or less. Gonna clip the darkest and lightest. Just put this below. There we go. Yeah, it depends on who you ask. There's some people that swear by levels, some people that swear by curves. For me, for this kind of thing, from black and white, levels it's enough and it's simple to use. Curves, if you're using colors especially, it's more powerful. You have more options, right? So yeah, I think it depends on what you're doing. But even for color pictures, I'll use levels if I just have to do a simple like contrast adjustments, you know? Yeah, curves gives you more control. But for a lot of things, levels is enough, you know? At least for me. Oh boy, here we go again. Talking about levels and curves. Are you? Whoa, not so big. Just gonna make it very kind of general white layer like this. And for the haze it gives me. Doing good. Nothing new. You know, like carpenting and stuff like that store burned down today near where I live. It wasn't anything too major. It's the only news of the day. What I'm doing now, even though the sun, the light comes from behind us and it's hitting the bug like this, I'm making a little like bleed from the very bright sky into the shell. I don't know if it's very noticeable, but no travel lenses, no Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitch, not even a library card. Then in this case, a goddamn ghost. You're bringing great prose to this chat today. I love it. This is great. It kind of reads like a more articulate version of a drill twit. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. I don't know what else I would do. See the original here, just for comparison's sake. Anything else I missed? Is this part of the guy? No, I think it's just on the background. Sometimes it's hard when you have messy backgrounds like this and it's all a little bit out of focus. I think we're fine. Okay. The only couple things I can think of to do on top of this is maybe reduce some of this, some of the highlights here. Just get a little soft brush tool and soften them up. Some of them seem a bit too sharp for me. So my head is, if you did a Twitter account and posted stuff like that, I think it would do very well. It's like peak Twitter. You gotta get your comedy out of Twitch chats and get it to the world. The world always needs some more comedy. how was Midnight's stream? Didn't get to catch it. I saw he was live, but I was studying. That's what kind of sucks, that it's right when I'm studying that most people are live. End up missing a lot of streams because of my terrible studying schedule. Oh, it's still streaming. Say hi to him for me. Hi from the other side of Photoshop. Okay, I matted down a lot of this, small reflections, and I feel were a bit too much. Although on top of them I might do a general bright area, just to not lose all that light. A little bit here too. Over here these larger ones I think are okay, but it's the smaller like dot likes. Over here the bugs and the hidden signatures. Oh, we might, that was the other thing I was thinking about. We might paint something on top of this bug. Because, spoilers, hidden signature is on this shield now. But we can repeat it, we can put it several places. And it's also, apart from its hidden signature, can even be like a small story element, because it appeared so far on every picture. And it appeared as a symbol on the guy that was, with a diary, the guy was worshipping the bug. So might be that some people start picking up on that and say, oh, what is this symbol, you know? Thank you. It was a back part of a beetle, one of these. I think this one actually. Just wanted to add something to this right side of the image, since we had this the two spears made out of pincers. And I felt like this poor girl had nothing, so gave her a shield. So we matted down these. Now we can give it a little highlights, just in general. Exchange that. Maybe normal. Exchange that specular highlights for more generic one. Oh, you were there. I forget. Okay, so should we paint something on the side of our hut? Should we paint this symbol again? Or one of these, one of the two. Or both, I guess. Softening this a little bit more. Sometimes it's hard to know how soft to go with an edge, so it's just a matter of trying. Paint on the big bug, yeah. Like in this clear area, for example, maybe? Oh, that is strong. I want to differentiate here. This shape, it's very hard to see. So just for clarity, make a bit of fake shadow. Oh. Bad fingers. That's better. So we can do this. How did I do it last time? I wonder. I painted it with one of those fancy... Oh, I think I flattened it, so I don't think I'll see it. Oh wait, it's here. There it is. Oh, so, okay, I mixed normal and overlay. That's what I did. So, it's a bug. Okay. Let's get a cool paintbrush. With one of these. Which one was it? This one? No. That is way too boring. I need something with a bit of texture. This is a smudge tool. This is a bit better. Let's see. This is this mixer brush. Something I never use, but good work. This kind of looks like paint too, but I don't know if I love how it looks. Yeah, I don't love it. And this? What is this? It's a smudge one. Okay. Oh, okay. Really smudges it. Whoa. What the hell? I love some of these brushes. Can be so wonky. Oh, but it's good for just a small touch like this. Anyway, I think I'll use... This one, was it? No. This one. How do you mean? Like cut like this, maybe? One side on the other side? Could be good. Or we could get like one symbol here and... Oh! That's good. That's a hard one though. We could try. We could try that. So that... Yeah, let's try it just for the fun of it. Get this a new layer. So first... First, we're just gonna do the outline. Up to you. Let's try. I'm up for a challenge. Should we do this same symbol, just for consistency? And do it like some parts are cut, some parts are... Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. So, like this. Like, not perfectly regular, since it was probably a cut by hand. And this would be the outline of it. Let's end it in a spike. Yeah. So a little bit irregular like this. And maybe slightly more. That. And just a little warp. Since now we can do this, which is Actually very cool. It's gonna warp it in the shape of the little curvature here. Add block term, fuck. Why would you block FUK? Let people swear. Profanity. No, profanity is okay. As long as it's not like slurs and shitty stuff. Oh, it's okay. Freedom of the swear, exactly. You guys are allowed and encouraged to swear. I'm kidding. Just keep it civil. Okay. So, other times I did this. First I did the outline and I hit it in a new layer. Put that outline as a layer mask. And just keep this for reference, just to know where the layer is. And we'll do the shadows first. Since the light is coming from up here, there should be shadows below there. Just trying to think how the reason to use my mod ascension. Well, you can do. You can block people if they're annoying, or you can add commands. I think that's allowed as mods. Might be wrong, but oh, you can add quotes. I always forget I have a quote thingy. So if you catch me saying something stupid, you can add exclamation mark, add quote, and then the quote. I think that should work. Okay, there. So first we did this for the shadows, which we are going to blur a little bit since they're very harsh like this. And then in another layer, let's just reduce the opacity here or make them overlay. In a new layer, we'll do the same layer mask but inverted. Inverted. Come on. There we go. And we'll do the outer edges. So little bit of highlight on the outer edges, so they're more visible. Oh, come on. Using it here. There. Maybe I'll reduce the shadows or blur the shadows a little bit more. Oh, I gotta keep the layer mask the same. And blur them. And then, it's annoying. Every time I pen, it does that. It just snaps to an edge. It's Photoshop 2020 for you. I think it's just reflective of the year. 2020 is a shitty year, and let's make Photoshop 2020 very shitty. Okay, then this, which is gonna be below both of those layers. Just make it slightly different. I think I'll make that into overlay. Maybe I'll make it a bit darker actually. And like it's not as polished. For example, let me make it normal. Control U. Just darken that in general. This might be too sharp in general, but once we're done, we might just couldn't take everything into a single layer and reduce the sharpness. Then, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do one of my cool actions. Make a little bit of grain. And apply that only here. There we go. And we're gonna make that grain real thick. Bit too much. Use that blur a little. I like it's a more grainy texture there. What else would we get? I guess we get to see the inner edges of the part that's in shadow. So let's just make those with this texture. This is me kind of improvising. This is a bit different from what I'm used to, because I've got to try to make it look natural and not too like machine cut. There were some times where I did something similar. Let me just show you. So okay, in here, for example, I tried to carve in my signature. So I did that. Same technique. What else? I think in this one, well, this one is the other way around. I like try to make it pop up. Yeah, I had some similar ones. Maybe this one also has it kind of carved in like this. Well, you get the idea. It's the same thing I did for those. But this is a bit different. Thank you. I don't know how deep to make this cut though. Yeah, I do. Big inspiration, actually. There we go. Got this book. First one. I think I came up with the second one. Oh, you don't know Eric Johansson? He does like what I do, but on steroids, basically. Very good. There's a little bit of writing in the prologue and stuff, but it's in Swedish because I bought it in Sweden. I just came upon it on a library. I had to get it. It's destiny. Okay, let's do the same thing here too. Actually, let's do it like this. There we go. Does that look carved? It looks too clean, right? To be carved in. It looks like maybe there should be some rougher textures here below it. Let's try that. Let's copy the full... No, that's not the right one. Let's copy the full bug here on top. Lead layer mask. Just combine it. Put that. There we go. And now we can just take a cooler or more rough texture from somewhere. No, but that's basically pictures. It's just this stuff. I just give you the title and the picture. That's basically it. I don't like it, it's good inspiration. What are some good textures to get from here? Something that's rough but not like with shiny on it. Hey, Midnight, and it's party. How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Making big bugs. How are you doing, mate? Well, this is what we're making. We're trying to draw a symbol in it and kind of make it carved in, which is a bit hard. But what we have done so far is, as you can see, the little story on the corner. It is gonna be about, just hide all of this. It's gonna be about this guy, who's an anthropologist. He arrived. And he's touring around Africa, is kind of documented, undiscovered tribes and cultures, and he comes upon this tribe that has no contact with the outside, and this seems to worship these bugs. And they have weapons and shields made out of the bug parts, and they have huts made out of the bugs. So that's what we're doing, and then we'll do kind of a written part with it, which is going to be written from the anthropologist's perspective. The guy's probably going to be English because it's East Africa in the early 1900s, so it was mostly English. It's gonna be modern day in Tanzania, I think. I still haven't placed it for sure. The guy's gonna be like talking, like describing this new culture is found, is so impressed by it, is so mystified, and his book is, and we're gonna, the written part is gonna be like pieces from his book. And I still don't know how it's gonna end. But since this is supposed to be like an undiscovered mystery story, it's probably gonna end with the book never getting published, or nobody buying the book, or maybe even the guy not ever releasing it. I don't know. I still don't have the ending for it. I'm trying to carve this symbol into the face here and into the hut, and it's gonna be this symbol, or at least the outline of it. But it's kind of hard to make that carved effect on something so rough. No, I'll figure out an ending once before publishing it, but I'm still not sure about it. I'm trying to find a good texture for the inside of the... And all the written parts, it's going to be kind of hard, because, you know, there's a lot of, especially from that time, there's a lot of racist people and stereotypes about African culture and being uncivilized and stuff. So I'm obviously gonna be straying far away from that, but I think I'm gonna tell a story from the perspective of this young guy. Oh, where is he? Lost him. This young, very like impressed, like noob anthropologist, and is like super amazed, marveled, like kind of have him respect the culture. Do not fall into that pitfall, you know? Obviously the most realistic thing would be the guy being super a big asshole to this culture and treating it as inferior or stuff like that, but yeah. Nope. Total noob. Yeah, absolutely. I chose the picture just by the look of the guy. I was like, this is our guy. This is our protagonist. Yeah, this section is not bad. It's kind of rough. Let's even do this. It's a little bit from here. Looks kind of like carved in. Okay, that's already a bit better. Anthropology level 2. Definitely. I actually wanted to do... My first idea was with a tribe in the Amazon. Because, you know, there's still uncontacted or pretty much uncontacted tribes over there. At least until they destroy the whole Amazon, but... I didn't really find a lot of old pictures about this kind of cultures, but the African tribes, African cultures were much better documented, so I ended up going with that. And the base pictures I used are a mix of a few different tribes. I think so. This one and the one with this guys are from Tanzania, not Tanzania. I don't know if you say Tanzania in English. Hang on. Tanzania, yeah. So a few of them are from modern Tanzania. And hey Septober, how you doing? And this one is from, I gotta remember, but it was not from that country. I think it might have been West Africa, actually. Hang on. I'll find out. Because I got them all saved. After like 10,000 beetle pictures. Oh, they don't say where it is from. It says Africa, okay. But it's from a culture called Nandi, which is... Kenya. It's Kenya. East Africa. Yeah, so it's pretty close. Yeah, fairly close. It's both East Africa. So I'm gonna place our fictional tribe over there. Still don't know where exactly. Just rummage around, you'll find something eventually. Just dress like this guy, and I'm sure you'll find something cool. So, this is where we are, with this attempt at carving a symbol. I still don't know. Maybe just carve it deeper, maybe. I don't think it's the depth. It's kind of too regular, you know? Everything goes with calcium, yeah. It's good. You know, a lot of the things you see on this playlist are basically video game remixes I found, and usually video game remixes are fair game because they don't try to monetize them on Twitch. So I usually go with those, and actual video game soundtracks too, because you can't, I mean, it would be stupid to monetize that on Twitch since people are gaming and you don't want to mute them. Oh, this bug. I don't know, I'm not really loving the look of it right now. And would be kind of hard to make it messier. The best thing I can think of is actually just taking something like a piece of wood or something and carving that, and then just taking a picture and putting it there. That's probably the only way it'll look good. I started painting it then. It was good attempts. It was good fun to do. There's a system close to the one on YouTube, but the only thing it does, and it's actually pretty nice within its constraints, obviously. It scans VODs, so once you uploaded the video, or once you finish a stream, the video gets uploaded, and it scans that for copyrighted music, and it mutes all the, or I guess copyrighted films and stuff, it will do the same. It mutes that part of the stream, kind of not really precisely, it just takes those 5 minutes and mutes them all. So usually if you go to my VODs and you take like days when I wasn't using this playlist, every 5 minutes you'll get or 10 minutes you'll get a muted part, and I think that's not very fun for people who are trying to maybe catch up and follow up, so that's why I try to keep it copyright free, or at least not in the copyright system on Twitch. So, this is our paint. Let's see. We can try to draw the same same sort of symbol. Yeah, it mutes that whole part of the stream. And even with my playlists, sometimes some stuff. So if you go into my video section, do VODs, and you scroll through, you'll find that in the video you can see that part of the bar is highlighted in red. You can see some of them still have some muted parts. I mean, that's what I get for streaming with music. I think it's just more fun for everybody. Is there any of these that are erasers? Hang on, there we go. It's a bit of a different one, but that's not the right one. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I tried to stray away from that. But I mean, it depends. A lot of streamers don't care. It's not like a lot of people watch VODs anyway, so on Twitch, so. But I don't know. Just in case, you know, might be saying something interesting. I want that to get muted. Okay, so we can do this in overlay and on normal, very low opacity, on low opacity. Yeah, I'm trying to make it look like paint now. Yeah, video game music is cool. This is from Cuphead. Such a good soundtrack, like old school jazz. Oh, let's actually try this really messy one. Be good for. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we can make a big mess. So not kind of add some imperfections. It's way too perfect like this. Final Fantasy VII. Is it on Spotify? Because if it is, I'll add it to my playlist. There's remakes of it. For example. Not this one. I don't think the original one is on there. If you do exclamation mark Spotify, you'll get the playlist. If you want it, if you want it for your listening pleasure or for your streams, since it's all Twitch friendly and it's 24 hours long, so it's not. Didn't really play a lot of Final Fantasies. I played 3 and 4, the remakes that came out of on the Nintendo DS. I played 10 with my sister. Mostly she played it, but kind of went through it together. And that's it, basically. Oh, I played Final Fantasy Tactics. That was a very good one. It was kind of like between Final Fantasy and Fire Emblem. I don't remember if I played anymore. I don't think. So I'm just going low opacity with a texture brush like this. Just add a bit of, I don't know, differences. The game crashed on the last disk. Oh no! That sucks. 3 weeks. Oh no. Do remake music is good? Yeah, on Spotify all you can find is remix. This symbol looks too much like a blob. I should have made those horns a bit more taller, I don't know. Maybe like this? This one's cooler though. Oh. I think I'll just get rid of this one and I'll just edit this one. You guys make a top 3 list of best games music. That's hard. I'd say maybe Hollow Knight. I put it out there. Hollow Knight is such good music. What else? Celeste has very good music. I don't know if I put it on my top list. That's what I'm thinking, the ones that are coming out to mind right now. Pac-Man doesn't count. You know, let's see. I got some pretty good ones on this list. Oh, God, what is the name of this one? Undertale. Undertale has fantastic music and like themes that repeat like some super cool ways, super creative ways. And again, I'm only saying indie games. For some, I don't know, AAA games don't have that great. Okay, that's great soundtracks, maybe? I don't know. Trying to paint something inside to make it more interesting with this, or... Oh, that's too much like a like a shooting range. Stardew Valley is very good too. Skyrim? Yeah, Skyrim has a good soundtrack. Castlevania Symphony of the Night, I assume? Green Ghosts. Metal Gear Solid, okay. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid has some good ones. Mega Man 6. Flower? I haven't played that one. Heard of it, but... No, I can choose top 3. Yeah. Well, you gotta now. You're contractually obligated. Oh, talking about this music. Zelda games. Some Zelda games have very good soundtracks. And I'm gonna give you a hot take right now. The Breath of the Wild soundtrack is probably the best Zelda soundtrack. And I'm not taking any questions. I really like it. It's different. It's atmospheric, but it's very good. So maybe I'll do a bit of a different style for the signature. Just to change it up. It'd be like this or... Oh, that's just the Paco de Lucia version then. This is a very good remix of the Gerudo theme. Gerudo Valley. And it really reminds me of Paco de Lucia. And in general, flamenco music. Flamenco music is amazing, by the way. If you guys haven't listened to that, go listen to Paco de Lucia right now. Among others, but as an introduction, Paco de Lucia is the best. I'm not saying that just because I'm Spanish. It's not even from the same region I'm from. So it's not that I grew up listening to that, but it's so good. I'll also do it like that. Quick! Hide the Game Boy. Mom's here. Oh. No. Right. I like this new warp. It's pretty good. Allows for a lot of flexibility. Also, I'm amazed. Is there not a lot of Zelda fans here? I'm amazed that nobody reacted to my very, very hot take. Because people hate a lot on the Breath of the Wild soundtrack. Or don't hate, but kind of disregard it. Like big Zelda fans, I mean. I think it's great. Oh, there we go. So hopefully this feels a bit more natural. It took a while to get this paint looking a bit more, I don't know, kind of like not equal all over. Maybe like washed out a little or something. That's what I'm trying to go for. I think I'll go with a bit more opaque. There we go. Add a little texture to these edges. Oh, Outer Wilds, the game I just played, which I can't recommend enough. Such a good game. Has a super good soundtrack too. It's kind of minimal, but it's very good. It works very effectively. And talking about minimal soundtracks, about the Dark Souls soundtrack. Why isn't there more love for that? It only appears when it needs to appear. Dark Souls is a game that knows how to use silence, but sorry. It's a game that really knows how to use silence, but when the music kicks in, oh, it's so good. Very epic. Okay, I like this paint now. Finally, after all this tweaking. I'm gonna do maybe something similar to the letters. Get a soft brush and spread them out like. I'm happy that I came up with using my signature as also a symbol for this bugs or stuff related to it. Because that way it also serves a story purpose. And it allows me to sign everything in critical ways. If you're new here, I always sign my edits, my things, this symbol here. This VA, or Valdevia, listen. You can always see it hidden somewhere around them. Sometimes it's very, very hard to notice. Sometimes I hide it in evil ways, but... Oh, talking about bugs. Hollow Knight. This could actually be... This is very close to the Hollow Knight guy, right? I'm looking at it right now in the album cover. And he just looks like this. Am I ripping off Hollow Knight a bit too much? Since, you know, bug related and this been so similar. Maybe I did, right? I didn't notice it. Now that I see it, it's kind of true. Oh, there we go. And we got blocked there. Ah, maybe I should change the base of the symbol and just make it a circle, you know? Like, close it there. Or give it something different? What could I give it? So this symbol, by the way, even though it does look like a Hollow Knight ripoff, it's supposed to be a beetle, since this guy's whole thing is based on beetles. They have beetle stag beetle pincers. They have this dung beetle as a home. It's all kind of like beetles, so it was kind of a symbol for that. But now I don't know. Should I add maybe little legs? So the more classic beetle symbol is like this. And then with the legs. Like the more elaborate Egyptian symbols and stuff, they really use this scarabs. I think that's how it's called. It's more like this, you know? They have their legs there. On the legs. 8 legs? 6 legs? Anyway, yeah, that's so maybe I could make this symbol a bit more complex, so it doesn't feel like a Hollow Knight ripoff. Like just missing the eyes here, and I don't know, little guy with the sword. By the way, if you haven't played Hollow Knight, go play it. It's very good. It's good. Is that Hollow Knight? Yeah, I don't know, since it already has this inside. Because I was thinking of maybe adding like separation of some kind, like this. This would make it feel more beetle-like, right? Or maybe even wings. That could work. Would wings look more like this? It is a very good game. So what about just the shape of wings in the symbol? It's like extending it like this, maybe. Yeah, it's very cute. An extremely cute game. For how dark it is, really. Maybe even more extended, you know? Something like this. And here I'm just sketching, so it's no commitment here, just trying out stuff. Might be a bit too much. Okay, what if I just separated this? And still kept the symbol on top. Separated it into chunks like this. Oh! Mods! Mods! Come to my rescue! Here's a spam bot! See, we get this from time to time. But it's been a while since we got those. Maybe this? Good job, Freddy. You're living up to the expectations. Oh, here's a song from Dark Souls. Very good. Underrated soundtrack. Every other stream? For me, it kind of comes in waves. You're in a meeting. I kind of like it curved more. If you have any ideas about how to change this symbol, let me know. Always good to try stuff out. I think so far, let's do this. And apply that to this too, maybe? Or even just get rid of this. Right? Who cares? You already have it here. Don't need to add it everywhere. Just once per group of edits. I'll need to go overboard on that. Okay, let's just smudge it up a little bit, like the rest of it. A bit smaller. There. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a nice little symbol. Let's move it around, I think. Oh. Just like this. There we go. I think it's a little bit more perspective since I messed with that before. I think I overdid it. Alright. I think that's it for the symbol. And that's it for the whole picture, I believe. I'll probably change some more stuff, knowing myself, but I think so far, so good. We got this, we got this, and we got this, which is gonna be our introductory shot of the guy who's telling the story. And I think one more picture and this whole series should be good. Okay, so there's a few ones I was considering for this. I got them all here. This is one of them. Also taken from the same place. This whole group like carrying stuff on a cart and on their heads. I was thinking of maybe changing that to bug parts. Kind of like they're coming from somewhere with them, but you don't really know where. And that's a bit of the mystery. Also thinking, but I don't think I'll do this one. A market. In this case, they're selling coconuts or something. But change that for, I don't know, bug legs or something like that. And this one where they're hunting. And this is from another different place, but we can make it work. And get rid of the hippo. A caterpillar, that's good. I haven't done caterpillars, I think. This one I would get rid of the hippo and just put a big dead bug there. Kind of the same position, kind of, or even curled up, like looking up, kind of like some bugs die. But that might be kind of spoiling our little mystery here. The mystery being the fact that where are they getting their bug parts from? And that would be like very clearly saying, oh, they're just hunting them. So I don't know. I don't know yet. But this one, like from the visual standpoint, it would be the most interesting because you could show like the full dead bug in front of them. So yeah, I guess interesting, but from the narrative standpoint, maybe not that much. Because maybe how I want to structure the story is the guy getting there, explaining like what is this guy's culture, like a bit of general things, and then focusing more on the bug stuff. Like they seem to have with these weird weapons, their houses are weirdly shaped. I don't know how they make them. I kind of wondering about it, and like becoming more sure as it goes on that they're real dead bugs. These are not like sculptures or stuff like that. And I don't know if I want to give them a conclusion at the end of where are they getting this bug stuff. Are they getting it from them? Do they have some sort of, as they seem to worship them, do they have, centipede is good actually, I need to note those down. Like do they get these things from the bugs themselves? Kind of leave it unclear if because of the worship they're getting these as rewards for their weapons and for their rituals and stuff, or if they're hunting the bugs and they're just getting it from them. But if they worship them, I would kind of like that there's some kind of reciprocal thing there. So maybe like the bugs give them their like the bugs that died, they just give them the pieces to these people, or I don't know. Still thinking about that one. That's why I noted down here that I don't have an end to the story. I have the beginning and the middle, but I don't have the end. So I don't know. Do you guys have any suggestions for that? Any like good explanations that we could give to where they're getting these bug parts from? Or should I just leave it in mystery? Should I kind of leave it unclear as to where they're procuring this material from? So if we look at this, looking at this statue, like I guess that they worship them. They I don't know. This could be like a representation of a deity, kind of hybrid of human and bug, human and beetle. I don't know if they have actually a I should make it have a relation with the bugs. In a way, I don't know. If you guys have any suggestions, let me know what you think. Meanwhile, I will make noise here, because as you can see, the base picture has dust, has some black and some white one, has scratches. Not that many scratches in this one, now that I think about it. Kind of looking around it. Looking at the original. Not that scratched, this one. So I don't think I'll add any scratches, but I need to add noise. And I think since it's from the same collection as this one, and we did quite a bit of noise for this one, I'm thinking, I think this is the noise one. Yeah, it's a multiply. Just copying this, putting it on normal just so we see where we're going. You can see this is some noise I extracted from the other picture. I just copied and turned and all that good stuff. I'm thinking we can add that to our subject, try to cover it. It's good enough. Just copy a little bit onto here. I don't really mind that there's repeating patterns. It's noise, it's dust. As you can see, it's just a black and white layer. I'm just gonna add on multiply, so just the little black dots can be seen, like here. You can see. I'm gonna clip that on top of the bug, and that should... Oh, there's not that much noise on this one, so maybe we can sort of reduce it. You can go around with a big eraser like this and just paint around. Get rid of big clusters. Just leave some of the noise. And obviously the noise is on top of everything. The noise is this, the dust, I mean. Doesn't care if there is white or a black color below it. It's going to be less noticeable if there's black, obviously. So obviously here, it's not very noticeable that there's dust, but... So all that to say, we need to add it evenly and not select where we put it. That's a bit of noise. Noise, I mean dust. Scratches, I leave it as is. Because also we got this... We got all this small hairs and stuff from the base picture. Like, I didn't add any of these in. But on themselves, they kind of look like scratches. So, let's leave them. Also try a few different... Maybe there's better ones than overlay. Vivid light? Eh. Not a lot different here. Yeah, overlay should be good. Like a slight overlay over some normal. That is like 10%. There we go. Okay, so I think we'll leave it at that for today.